those that are watching as a rerun, the podcast, and a lot of you will see this just as a video. And we have some interesting things to talk about. And hello, Duke. Now I'm going to be switching the screens. Alright. Alright, so I'm going to be switching screens now. Not that one, this one. Okay. So hello, Duke. Hope everybody's having a good week. Alright, so basically my week has been going well, and I'm not getting any feedback from anybody, so I am not too sure if this stream is working or not, because I'm getting mixed signals from the YouTube. But as I said, we'll have our usual stream. Alright. So today we're going to talk about some things that we talked about yesterday. Alright, hello Duke, nice to see you. What people can see or what people can't see, the connection when I try to, not the internet connection, but the OBS and YouTube, myself now, Israel, Tyson, the aliens and stuff, and I'll start with the game, as I usually do. And just go from there. Alright. Okay, hopefully this can work better. It's something going on with the encoder. Okay. Seeing if there could be, troubleshooting this problem. Seeing if I'm still frozen. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to go to this. Okay, looks like I'm showing up on the screen. I'm just going to walk around the game a little bit. It was a little while ago that this happened. It's something with the encoder. This happened before. Okay, so yeah, for now I'm just going to walk around a little bit and see what's going on here. Alright. Yeah, this is the swamp. It's pretty cool. Well, that's not what I wanted to press. To press this. Alright. So here we go. Yeah, because when I launched it before, it was having a problem, and now it seems. Hello, Mary. Good to see you. And now, so basically, anybody that hears this, I hope everybody had a good weekend. I mean, everybody has a good weekend, and hopefully, y'all had a good week. So I've had a busy week. and I'm sure y'all have had too. And I'll be playing the game for a little bit, and then we'll continue along our way to the rest of the topics for the guests of Friday night. And now, okay. Thanks, Mary, for the feedback, and hello, Way of the Road. Hopefully, you had a good week. And also, Duke, glad to see you too. Thanks for the feedback about some of the connection. It was having some issues because of the encoder. It wasn't loading to OBS. OBS wasn't cooperating with YouTube. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is called the Bloody Bayou in the game. Alright, so... And this is going to be similar to the stream from last night. Similar topics. For a different crowd. But I'm glad the last few times with the game, with the stream it was working, I'm glad I was able to even get it on, because sometimes there's situations where there would be a complete problem, and it wouldn't be working accurately. And I missed. Well, I get this one. Alright, I got that one. So there's a lot of stuff going on with Israel and Palestine, and it seems to be that there's some new updates about it, and there's going to be a million updates, a million things going on about that situation. As the moments pass, as the seconds pass, there's something going on with that. And different things with the economy and stuff is having issues. And we have this, I'm turning through here. Yeah. Alright. And yeah, so we got that ship. And over here getting this ship. Okay. Then I'm going to get this ship over here. Alright, it's almost done. Yeah, so the weather down here has been very cool weather. And okay. Alright, I see what you're saying, Mary. Thank you. And yesterday we had a great stream. And that's why I like going live on the these different days, because it's like it's good if one thing doesn't work out, you have the other day. All right. Okay. Going here. So I'm sinking some more ships. So, as I was saying yesterday, that histories are only you learn from history. And I also am marveled by so many people that think other people should eat bugs. I think that's ridiculous. And I'm glad that yesterday in the other stream we exposed that. Alright. We're making good headway here in the game. Sun's rising. That's good. This game is so... Yeah, it's Raven's Cove down there. It's a spooky place. Alright. So, going forward here... It's another pirate. That's good. So, I think that, besides the other stuff I talk about, I think that it's important for people to express themselves in the proper way, because so many people have issues with causing violence to each other, and it's good that they're civil. That was seen flying around. Well, it wasn't a UFO, it was a strange cloud formation, and they thought of it as some type of UFO. Alright, got a treasure chest. Let's get more. Oh, nice. I got a couple of more plunder. I sink these ships. And a lot of people these days, have been brainwashed by propaganda, and I think it's good to see things in extensive research to tell what's going on with these situations. And as we, said, that it's unhealthy for people to eat those bugs. And I liked yesterday we were talking about the food, different dishes and stuff. That was pretty cool. I see you, Mary. Thank you. I see your comment. I'm glad I was able to get it on at all. It's pretty cool. And I'm attacking these two ships, and as I said, we'll eventually go into different things as more people come through. And now I'm firing cannons. There we go, I got them. Pressures on Israel for a ceasefire. That are civilians that are trapped, and there's just a big conflict going on, and the mess just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Go dock over at this island. Take it all. Some items couldn't fit. That's okay. Alright. This is a pretty island. Okay. We've been here before in this island. It's a nice place. And now I'm going to kill this thing. Yeah, so I think that, so with that situation I was speaking about yesterday, I think that it's important that people certainly are taking a logical conclusion to not go along with the nonsense with these agendas. And I will also say, besides that, with the gardening, I am glad that I like, one thing I like is the strawberries. That's something interesting, and I've learned from some of you about these new kinds of, let's say, these peppers that are purple. That's something I've looked into, and I think it's interesting. And also, another thing I like is the different types of bananas. They have these bananas that are like blue looking. That's another interesting one I've seen. And I certainly think that there needs to be, with this other situation with Israel, there needs to be a two-state solution. And it's also important that Hamas gets taken out, and it's difficult when there's so many civilian populations that are in the mix. And I think that this is extremely iconic looking with this beach right here. It's really cool. Here in the beach, it's nice. So yeah, that's what I think with that. And I think with the Pentagon, I'm glad that they're talking about aliens and they're exposing what's going on, because for many years they've considered us nutty and crazy over that. But now we're not seen as the crazy ones anymore. So the bananas that I'm talking about, it's a hybrid banana. It's a blue banana. Has red ones. You know, there's types of bananas they made that are like hybrid types. And another thing, like I was mentioning before, like strawberries, they have blue strawberries. It's just that with genetic engineering, they're able to get these different types of fruits to look certain ways through breeding them. And I like root vegetables. I think those are nice, and especially my peppers I really like. And I've learned so much about the peppers, and they have all kinds of good medical properties that people can have. So that's the stuff about gardening. And I was talking yesterday about the situation with history repeating itself. And I forgot to show pictures of that situation with the Germanics. So the Germanic people, they had a lot of, say, a lot of tattoos, and they had beards and stuff, and they looked, and they were like in the wilderness, and they're kind of wild looking. And the Romans, they're more like these clean cut looking people that were like these soldiers with these metal shields, and they wore red and stuff, and had these helmets. And basically, what happened was they, they clashed, and Rome had a great influence on the world and us, and also I'd say Asia has great architecture too. Like say in Japan, they have architecture. In China, also they have really cool architecture and the culture behind their stuff. So Asia and the Mediterranean were very important influences. Like math and stuff was invented in the Mediterranean and Asia regions. And then you have these other ideologies that popped up that are trying to destroy all that. And in a similar way, the idea, Mary. And then she says, I heard the seedless watermelon don't taste as good as the ones with seeds because they were a hybrid. Well, Mary, that makes sense because with hybrids, they can cause them to have problems. Like, if anything that's a hybrid, they are defective. Like, if things can get defective, things like that. And yes, I do like the air conditioning on. I think that's pretty cool to have on. And we have this, the vote. Yeah. So that's basically sums up the situation that we're in, and I'm glad that y'all understand that because before I just kind of was going to show some pictures, but I forgot. And did I go through? I went through. So wrong thing. Here we go. So kind of running around this island, and then what happens is you have the economic crisis situation, and which is leading to the same problems that we've had in the past, which has caused depressions and things like that. So yeah, it's just a big mess, and it's just things we've seen in history, and they're using tactics from Asian warfare, and we have to use philosophies like that too to defend ourselves and our people. And also, we have to have defense with our psychology in our mind. So, say like people, they'll go through a breakup or they'll focus on chasing women and stuff, but not focusing on self improvement and focusing on building their own thing. So, that's what I think with young men these days that are having a lot of issues. They're not being stoic about things, and they're getting caught up in the moment with a lot of the toxic things we see through the internet. And that's why, another reason why our society has fallen. Thanks, Mary. I'm glad that the air's on. And basically, and it looks like I'm successfully swimming around this island, which I didn't think I was going to get this far into the island, and it looks like yeah, I'm still swimming through the island. That's pretty cool. Wasn't really aware that one can go and run the island like this. Hello, Amanda. There's something going on with the encoder before. So it's been, but I was able to get it on, and if it does buffer, thanks for y'all letting me know. And I'm glad I'm on here and talking to y'all because before it was being kind of goofy. So, as I was saying, hello Amanda, and I hope that you have a good weekend. And I know you had a busy week, and I hope Apple and Ava are doing good. And basically, this weekend I'm gonna probably work on. I'm gonna definitely work on it with the channel with some of the videos and uploading things, and I'm gonna work on some other projects I have. And yeah, shout out to Duke and Way of the Road. I'm glad that they are here. Also, we have the palm trees that I like here. I like the suds in this. It's really interesting. And I'm gonna drink some water really quick. All right. All right. So then we have me swimming through here. And speaking of palm trees, the coconut is a very healthy plant. And with the coconut, you can grow coconuts from the coconut, as I told y'all before. And these trees are reminding me of that. So that's pretty cool. But they have different types of palm trees, and you can get like there's fruit on palm trees that people can eat, and it's edible because there's the coconut's not the only type of palm tree. Okay, Amanda, thank you for letting me know what's going on with that. And she thanked me. Amanda thanked me, and Ava's napping, and Apple's been good today. No accidents in her neck of the woods. Hopefully, she could be the same all night. Yeah, yeah, Amanda. Glad to hear that sound. Glad to hear everything's going okay. All right. Right. So that's just some interesting information about the palm plant. And basically, we have the situation with, I think, the gas prices and stuff are going to keep on going up. Gas will keep going through the roof. And with the inflation and stuff, so just be aware of that. It could possibly, in my opinion, do that. As I played the pirate game, I remember that a lot of the pirate game was played in. The movie was taking place in Australia. Like, they took a lot of the videos in Australia. What I reckon from it. Because it takes place in South America, like this region that I'm in now. Now, in this game, they don't really have in depth of the woodlands like they did in the movie, but I would like to see that added in the game. Alright, so I'm swimming around. fight something now. Now, I don't know if y'all know, but in China, they had pirates. And the pirates in China were really interesting, like the ones that we had here. And really had pirates all over the place, obviously. But they had some over there that I thought was pretty cool. I read some stuff about. And now the only pirates they have today is the ones that are in South America. Not in South America, the ones in Africa. That pirate cruise ships and cargo ships and stuff. They don't, they don't dress the same way that they dressed back in the day. They wear masks and they have machine guns. And they have little dinghy boats. I don't know, this little part of the game reminds me of Minecraft. Alright. They just hit my ship. For no reason. Okay, so that ship that's to my right is the same ship that Blackbeard had. Okay. I was looking over some of the old streams that I did, and I think they're really good. Some of the calls and stuff. And I missed. Yeah, Amanda says that she didn't know that about China and the South Park where the kid goes after to become a pirate. Oh yeah, there you go, Amanda. That's funny. I did not see that one, but that South Park is funny, and it makes sense that they would come up with that. I like them. It's been a long time since I've watched South Park. All right, now I sunk it. That's good. All right, that's good. I was able to successfully get that ship hit. All right, we'll get ramming speed in a moment. And no, it's not gonna get it what I want to do. There we go. We're just gonna hit it again. Okay. Alright, now I'm going to go and ram at this Vanguard ship. got it. Good. All right. Okay, checking some things. Docking. Alright, glad I made it to the dock. Probably made a good plunder. And I said before that I think this Israel conflict, there's going to be tons of information that's going to be consistently coming out about it. And there's some interesting things going on in the news in general that we'll get into in a little bit. And I think that it's good that y'all in chat and on the channel are understanding to not repeat history. Because a lot of situations in the West are doing that. Now, Germany is going to be deporting, or going to attempt to deport the illegal migrants over there, and that's for the first time they came up with doing that. All right. Oh, and Amanda says, the new episodes. Hello, Stranded. Glad you could come and join us, Stranded. I'm going to go over some of the stuff we covered yesterday, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. When I was launching the stream, there's a situation with the encoder, so it was a turbulent liftoff, and I'm thankful that I'm here talking to y'all, because before, sometimes it's had issues when the encoder had problems, but usually, we're doing good now, and the past few streams have been excellent connection, but this time it looks like it's still buffering a little bit. So, as I said, the other stream I did the other night covers a lot of the information that I'm going to go over again. And so if something happens with this stream or it doesn't go right, Stranded, you can just look back on the other one. And I'll do this one like on the next week. But I'm glad that you're here, Stranded. And yeah, it's something with the encoder. And hopefully it clears up and we can continue to do what we're doing. So that is what was going on with this stream. Yeah, and I jinxed it. LOL. Yeah, so that's some pumpkins, because they still have that mechanism in the game from one of the quests. Yeah, so, yeah, basically, I think that with the crisis that's going on in the country, it's not going to get better until people wake up and understand what's going on. And I like talking about the different French dishes we were talking about yesterday, and the different like German and English food. That was really cool. All right, that's pretty cool walking through here. Yeah, and yeah, the streams overall have been doing very good, and we're gonna hopefully not, you know, it'd be funny if we have a jinxing moment again. I've never been to this part of this castle before, and that's why I like going live on a Thursday and Friday. It's like a backup. And today the AC dude came over and to look at the heater. He's a cool dude, and he subscribes to the channel. Shout out to him. And also, it's interesting exploring this part. Well, yeah, Stranded. No, I understand. I like the. I thought of names for him, but the others insist that it's Bubbles' brother. And also, I think that there's all kinds of interesting names you could have. Yeah, Sugar. Yeah, that's a cool name. And his name could be Snowball. His name could be Cotton Ball. Ice Cream. There's a couple names you could have, and like, cause when they were giving him or his the food and stuff, they would say, "Bubbles' brother, here's your food." But yeah, that's what I also think with the names, and it's an interesting thing to think about. We have some of the guards over here. It's kind of funny. I might just call him. I might call him Sugar sometimes. I like the name Sugar. Also, and another thing, Stranded, that I'm going to mention to you is that Tyson, they have closed down a lot of their plants over in the United States, like three or four of them, and they want people to eat bugs, so they're trying to make some kind of formula to eat bugs. That was actually Bubbles' original name. Like when I saw him with my friends looking around the street around 2018, that's when I discovered him with the others. It was a little kitten that was running around. We called him Snowball, so his brother could be named Snowball as an option. But The Simpsons, that's funny. I'm not. I watched The Simpsons, but I don't really recall who Snowball is exactly. Yeah, get this. Yeah, with Bubbles, I came up. Another name I came up with is like Sam the cat, And also, I like the name. It was around Christmas time when we brought him in, so I thought his name is like Kevin, like the Home Alone kid. So those were different names that were came up with about him. Yeah, so Stranded, we were talking yesterday with SE in the chat about, well, I was bringing up about Tyson and how Tyson is trying to bring destruction to their plants. And Tyson is working with a company in Europe to give people food, not food, to give people, yeah, food. Well, they're doing things with animal food, and they want to work on people at some point where they get these flies, these soldier flies, and they want to give people food with soldier flies. Yeah, Amanda likes to name Sam also. And so that's the situation. And also with Israel, there's just a lot of stuff going on. They've invaded the Gaza Strip, and this character's walking with a limp. And then in the Gaza Strip, they're invading it, and there's a lot of deaths and hospital explosions going on. They're attacking, both sides are attacking each other, and it's getting really ugly out there. And some of the immigrants are going to Egypt from the Gaza Strip. Okay, Stranded. Thanks for letting me know about that. Yeah, Sam, I am. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, Stranded. I didn't know about the situation, and yeah, Snowball would bring bad memories. Yeah. And I made these birth certificates for the cats in 2018. Like I made these like IDs. Like I got a copy paper and I made like a drawing of the cats and I gave them like these identifications and stuff. I don't know where they are. They're somewhere next door. But I gave them and I put my little symbol. It was before the alien. This channel was here, obviously, but it wasn't like what it is now. And so I didn't use the alien symbol. I used like a little orb, like a purple circle with a cross on it, and like an orb looking thing. And that was the symbol for the at the time for me. And I was giving the casties names. So Bubbles' like birth certificate is somewhere. I made it out, and also I made a cat family tree of these, although they're not related biologically, of these different cat houses I came up with because there is these red cats, a red cat family, there's a black cat family, and there is cats from down the street from before Katrina. So I have like a timestamp of like before Katrina and after Katrina. So, and how the different cat houses are connected. No, the bronze kitty thing, that character I came up with, that was many years before. That this I'm talking about was in 2018. That other thing was from 2008. I don't know why my character's limping. It's gonna need a peg leg at some point. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to go to one of those islands and get myself killed off now. Yeah, that's what we're going to have to do because his character needs to reset because it looks like he has like a sprained ankle or something. Oh, the game is just glitching, actually. That's what's going on here. Oh, no, it's not glitching. It's doing fine.
Comfort.
Okay, I'm working now. Okay, this thing's working. The four-wheel's limping. He got his sprained ankle fixed. That's the moon on the horizon. It's coming up. Amanda, I don't know. That's what I think because it wasn't the character was limping and it had to have been either a glitch or like it got hurt in battle and it wasn't working right. That's why like it wouldn't run, it wouldn't do anything. It was just limping, but now it's fixed. Yeah, yeah. Very similar to my character in the game. All right. So here we go. That's the moon glaze. The moon glaze. And also, what happened here? I have this. Now you see how it goes from night to day, and that the moon's very bright. And we're going to have to go do some sinking. All right. And here we go. We have this situation. Now we're going to go out and sink some ships. Yeah. So, in a way, like America's being plundered by their enemies with all the stuff that's going on. And in other news, and I forgot to go and help this ship out, so we're gonna go back, I guess, to. Or, let's go to Tortuga. Let's go this way. And also, I'm going to take a turn at a certain point and get my map out. Map. See what's going on over here. Alright, so now we're going to be turning because I have this map and I could do what I have to do this way. Alright. Yeah, so basically with the cats, yeah, Amanda, I'm glad that you think it's cute about the with the kitten. I mean, not the kitten, not with the cats. Yeah, I like making my names, giving them names and the certificates and stuff like that. And basically, what's going on here is that I was able to express my creative ideas with that, and it's pretty cool. All right, so now I'm going this other way. I'm about to run into a ship actually, so I'm going to steer out the way of the ship. I'm just navigating towards Tortuga so I can get the ship repaired correctly. Alright, so now I'm going to go through by the Devil's Enville area. And yes, Stranded, it's unfortunate with the situation, and also, Stranded, I'm glad that you look out for animals and help them out. That's good. This is repaired. Go fast this way. Okay, now we're on our way. You're welcome, Amanda. I'm glad that... Okay, you understand the situation, Amanda. Thank you. And also, I docked and I got some gold. I'll take it all, and I'm going to take it small, and that doesn't work either. So I took everything I need to take, and that's it. And now I'm going over here. Repair. Alright, I got the ship repaired. And soon I'll be getting into the topics that I talk about, and we can discuss what's going on. This is a gypsy cart. And yes, so I got the ship repaired now, so we'll go out and get some ships, and then I'll go and... Oh yeah, I love the animals also, and it's unfortunate when something happens. And, you know, my Nana in England, and my grandma in America, and my grandpa too, they both rescued cats and stuff, and helped animals have a better life, so it's good to be around like-minded people. Okay, so that's a very good question. They did not ever add rain to this game. It just stays like this all the time in this virtual world. It's always green and it never rains. But if in reality, in real life, there would be hurricanes, there would be a lot of raining and storming, like it's supposed to be down here before the drought, or more, because it's like a rainforest. It's like this area, Mary, is west of. It's like off the coast of Florida, and it's like because there's Cuba in this game. So think about how the weather is in Cuba or Florida. That's what it's like down here. Yeah, shout to Mary. Yeah, she has helped cats as well. thank you all for being here. Glad that y'all are hanging out this Friday night here. All right, we got a treasure chest. Yeah, exactly. Scurvy shallows. So about scurvy. So basically, the pirates. Basically with the pirates, they would drink rum with lime to prevent scurvy, because they would have a problem with that on board the ship. Exactly, Stranded. That's a good question. I wonder where the Kraken is also. I wonder where Davy Jones is. And like since the 2000s, like 2010, 2009, like when this game was I'll give you the history about this game like before we get into the topics. After I sink some ships, I'll tell you the history about this game. But yeah, I always wonder where the Kraken was. That's something they should add to the game. About to go over here, and we're gonna go ram into this. The ship already sunk. Okay, good. I was thinking maybe Bowles' brother could be nicknamed Ichabod Ichabod. Yeah, like these ships that are firing at me, they say hatred, hatred. Ooh, that hit me. So with this ship I'm about to hit, it caused me some issues. It fired at me a couple of times, and the infrastructure of the ship is a little bit shaken. All right, so now I'm gonna go ram into this other ship. Yeah. Oh, they hit me pretty good. I didn't see that coming. I got hit by a couple of ships at once. Oh, Stranded. You like that too? Yeah, that's a really good one about David Jones playing his organ. Yeah, that's another thing they should add to the game. It's just they never really had those things. Like the villain in this game is Jolly Roger. It's like he's not even in the Pirates franchise. Like the infrastructure of the ship, like if this was a real like ship, the ship would just collapse right now. Like all the left and right sides are all destroyed, and the back and the two back ends are kind of like still barely there. But all of this ship is slower. This One of the reasons why I got it was it has a very good armor, so it's less likely to have a problem if the ship sinks. Ooh, I got him pretty good. Comfort. Funny words. Alright, now I'm gonna go to this island right here and dock. Alright. Take it all. Alright. Exactly. Jolly Roger's not even part of the movie. Like, yeah, that's how Disney okay, so I could go briefly over the history. So with the game, you had Jolly Roger. I mean, no, you had this situation rather where it's game. So, but with the pirate game, it was a Disney game, and then what happened with the Disney game? They where they eventually took the game off because they wanted to make games like Where's My Water? I mean, apps like that. That's what they were tests. Everybody was saying at the time. I never understood what that meant, and they took it down in like 2013 or so. And the pirate game was recreated by these other people. So this is a recreation of the game, but Disney never had that game like the way the movie was. All right. All right, we're going to go and out here. Yeah, so I never knew why they never made the pirate game like the other one was, like how the movie was. That's what I didn't really understand either. All right, I got crew up in here. So we're going to go and sink some of these ships. Now I'm going to fire at this ship. All right, we're making good headway with the crew I have right now. Oh, right now you don't have to play with other players, but other players can interact with you. Okay. Let's open it up to everybody. Okay, now we're going to go have the different people. We'll sink the ship. Then this thing will reload. Of that. All right, we're doing pretty good. So we don't have to play with other players, but it does make the game easier. But you could just play by yourself. A lot of times I play solo. And other times I play with other players. That's the looks nice. The sky. All right. So I'll be getting this, and then we'll go into the topics. All right. This dude, he went offline, but it was nice of him to come around for a little bit. He thought it was after a certain ship, but sometimes it's like going out and just getting different ships for no reason. Oh, they're firing a lot of rockets at me. All right. Okay, now I'm going to be docking over here, and I'll continue with the rest of the stream. Alright, here we go. Docking in this island. Uncharted waters. Okay. This is an island I'm not too familiar with, chat. It's pretty cool. Alright. Yeah, so this is a cool island. They have a place where you can repair the ship if needed. Yeah, so this is an interesting place in the game. Alright. And then I'll go into the other topics. It's a cute dog they have in the game. All right, so now I want to go into some of the other stuff. All right, let's go to the game and end it. Over here. Safari. Okay. Okay, I have chat in the window. No, I have this. Streamer here. All right, so I'm going to talk about the pirate game history real quick, and then we'll go into the other stuff. Yeah, so this is the game, and let's see Wikipedia. All right, so this is the game. This is the game I play. So, the Pirates of the Caribbean Online. Pirates of the Caribbean Online was a 3D massively multiplayer online role-playing video game based on the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. It was developed and published by Disney in conjunction with Silvertree Media for Microsoft Windows and Mac OS X, with additional post-release content developed by Shell Games. The game was first announced by Walt Disney Company in April of 2005 and was originally meant to coincide with the release of Pirates of the Caribbean Dead Man's Chest in 2006, but its release was pushed back multiple times. The game went through beta testing phase during 2007 and was officially released in October of that year, utilizing the Panda 3D game engine. I remember that's something that was on the Mac for a long time, an application that came with it. Pirates of the Caribbean was closed on September 9, 2013. September 19th. So this game was shut down on September 19th, 2013, but it was rebooted by some other group. Pirates of the Caribbean Online was a virtual world set in Pirates of the Caribbean universe and featured prominent characters from the films such as Jack Sparrow, Hector Barbosa, Mr. Gibbs, Will Turner, Elizabeth Swann, Davy Jones. But Davy Jones, well, I'm gonna read the whole thing to see what that is about. Davy Jones never had any sort of in-game appearance or than a cameo appearance in one of the game's trailers. So Davy Jones is in the trailer of the game, but he was never put in. Ailbit and his crew appeared in the NPC enemies, and undead Captain Jolly Roger served as the game's main villainous antagonist, who plotted to seek vengeance against Jack Sparrow and all of piracy. The game centered around the player creating their own pirate character while confronted by Jack Sparrow and the Rainbow Sack. Upon completing the tutorial, obtained their first cutlass from Will Turner. Being introduced to Jolly Roger, the player would venture off into the virtual world and complete a sorts of in-game quests for various rewards such as teleport access to certain islands, Port Royal, Tortuga, Padres del Fuego, Cuba, and Raven's Cove, cosmetics and weapons. There were many story quests that incorporated elements of the game's lore and required complete players to advance to expansions, with the story quests were planned to expand onto the game's lore that were ultimately cancelled during the development. Alongside questing, one major feature was sailing, where a player could launch their ship in order to sail to different islands or battle against ship enemies. Players could also loot on land and sea, play mini games such as card games, fishing, potion brewing, cannon defense, and engage in several forms of PvP combat. Player versus player. On August 20, 2013, Disney announced the Pirates of the Caribbean Online would close on September 19. That doesn't really make any sense, but the same year, every player was offered membership. Seasonal in-game events occurred, and codes for exclusive in-game items were distributed to the remainder of the game's lifespan prior to the closing announcement. 2 years later, since Pirates of the Caribbean Online closed, an unofficial free-to-play fan revival of the game titled The Legend of the Pirates Online, similar to Toontown Rewrite, which is a fan revival of Toontown Online, was announced by the community members known as the TLOPO crew. On March 23, 2015, the game currently is in open beta phase. So as I said, the game I play is a recreation of it. I remember the game, and in the game I was a high-ranking captain because I did a lot of player versus player fights with the Spanish and French thing. And also, basically, and I had like an anchor over my player, and I had like 3 or so lines above it, which means I was a high ranking in it. So I was very good with the navigating the ship and stuff. That's why I'm very good at it in this game, although I don't have the ranks, so I have to go back and get him back. I was very good at the game before and good at it now. But the game has increased its difficulty. It definitely has increased it, which I think is good. It's good to have a challenge. Also, Pirates of the Caribbean Online received mixed on average reviews, holding an aggravated score 60 to 10 based on several critic reviews. So year, Association, Award, Game of the Year in 2008. Parents' Choice Award, Gold Award. So the awards that it won in 2008, just summarize it. It was the game of the year in 2008, online game of the year 2008, gold award 2008, outstanding achievement in web development 2008. And so the three, so it was nominated for all those, and the three it won. It won game of the year, gold award, and outstanding achievement web development. And it was nominated in 2009 but didn't win anything. So, and I'd say this game is pretty cool to play, and I'm glad they brought it back. And I didn't make it to the goodbye party for the old game when I played the old version of the game because I was like doing school and stuff, and I didn't think they're ending it. I didn't get a notification or an email about it, or if I did, I wasn't checking my email. And I saw YouTube videos. It's like they had some like fireworks celebration and stuff before it shut off completely. And then they had Toontown. It's a goofy game like with these cartoon characters. And it was created in 2001 and 2002. I played that one too. So you're like a little like Looney Tunes looking character or like a Disney looking character, and you live in this colorful place, and you have these cogs, and you throw like pies and stuff at them, and they're like in these business suits, and you try to stop them from building more little business things. So it's kind of a goofy game, and I wonder if it had any political motivation behind it. And we have the Toontown game, and then I'll get into Israel and the other stuff. So this is Toontown, and like you have these little goofy things. Y'all could see it better if I actually close this window. And the rabbit. And then you have like, it's kind of, I said, little Disney creatures. And then I'll show you the cogs. And also we have these cogs. These are the enemies of the Toontown game. And like you throw pies and gags and stuff at them. Alright. That one I played as well. As I said, it was around like 2010, 2009. And I also played Roblox. It's still there. Yeah, like you have the different pies and things. Hey, Way of the Road. I mean, I know you were here. I'm just saying it's nice to see you in chat again. Alright, so I saw people earlier. Yeah, so these are little characters. And let's see. Time. Yeah, so that's Toontown. I loved it. It's a very colorful, cool game, and also I like the cogs. They're cool too. And I'll see about playing Toontown on some of the streams and looking into that. That's another one I could play while we do the thing. And let's see, the bank. So that's the this is the Toontown Bank, and let's see, bank inside. I remember it was this yeah, bank inside. I just the factory. I think it was to me it was a bank, but it's like a factory. Let's say the Toontown factory. Yeah, so this is the factory in Toontown. So you have like it's like this gray stuff going on, and it's like they're trying to destroy the Toontown and the colorful little place in Toontown. And basically, that's what they're trying to do with this thing, and that's like the storyline about, and that's them like on the right trying to fight the little Toontown characters. Yeah, Way of the Road. I've been doing good. Had a busy week with different things I was doing, and I have been doing stuff with, the live's been doing good. Like I've been, like doing the lives and stuff. So I've been doing good. I hope you're doing good too. Way of the Road and your dog. All right. So drink some water. Get into the next part. So anyway, yeah, exactly. I agree, chat. Like sheets and pillows are very cool to have and get new ones, and that's good that Amanda's doing that. It's awesome. Yeah, Cool World. I never heard of that. All right, something from 1992, of course. That was a cool time period. After a bizarre incident. All right, reigns human along the characters. Oh yeah, yeah. It's kind of like or like the Bugs Bunny. Yeah, it's kind of like reminds me of Bugs Bunny and Michael Jordan. I remember that movie. That was a good movie. No, it's Space Jam. All right, so we have. Yeah, it's a cool movie. Thanks for telling me about that, Stranded. I think I've seen this before. A long time ago. All right, now we're gonna go to the next part. Let's go to Israel. Yeah, Amanda says she needs a new pillow, and she just doesn't know what kind she should buy. She's always unhappy with the ones I get. Yeah, no, I understand, Amanda. And a lot of pillows are disagreeable. I agree. That is interesting. It's unfortunate. And like pillows I have, I'll stack them up a little bit, and I put one pillow as like a slant, and I make this thing where I'm slanted, and it like sink into it. It feels so good. Yeah. Now we're gonna get into Israel special trying to sneak fighters out of Gaza. All right. Let's see what's going on here. So this is the same thing I read yesterday, and I'm going to go over this a little bit and some of the other stuff that's going on with it. So, bearing the burden of the war in Gaza, the bombardment, damage of non-functioning health facilities, massive levels of displacement, collapsing water and electricity supplies, as well as restricted access to food and medicines, are severely, they're saying, disrupting material newborns and health services. So they're saying, take this with a grain of salt, of course. I'm not saying it's not happening, but just this is what I'm just reading to y'all what is going on. They're saying it's going on. So they're having some issues with the hospitals. Oh, thank you, Stranded. I'll be interested to see more of that. Will not have seen. I did see it, maybe parts of it, but yeah, I gotta go watch it again. And that sounds like a very exciting movie. Thank you, Stranded. All right. So malnutrition already an issue before October 7. Hamas attack on Israel is now even more dire and can have effects on the childhood survival development and statement warned the lives of newborns hang by a thread because an estimated 130 premature babies rely on neonatal and intensive care services will threaten if hospitals run out of fuel, incubators, and other medical equipment will no longer function, it warned. The statement calls for an immediate humanitarian pause in order to alleviate the suffering and prevent desperate situations from becoming catastrophic. Yes, yes, it is, Amanda. Oh, yeah. I get the best ads. Yes. Oh, and it has the fleur de lis on it. Yeah, it sure is. And, you know, I think that, prayers to both sides. And, I'm against Hamas, and I want Hamas to be gone from Palestine and Israel. It's causing trouble to both countries. And I acknowledge and understand that the people that are civilians that are going through this terror, and I understand that it's very inconsiderate of Hamas to do something and like be right where the civilians are, and it's just a big giant mess, and it's getting go on about the Tyson food, the farming thing, in a moment after this. Oh, Mary, the marsh fire. That's why I felt I had some allergy issue briefly outside. That must have been why. And also, Bubbles is eating his food, and yeah, and the death toll in Israel-Palestine conflict over the last 15 years, and it's escalating. In 2023, the death toll is through the roof. It's breaking the charts. outside Gaza cities. Largest medical facility killed at least 15 people and injured 50 others, according to Hamas run. Okay, now I switch windows. Okay, so here's a lot of stuff going on with that. So let's see. So it was probably there was a lot of things running in the window and it was causing it to go down a little bit. Maybe I'm not too sure, but thanks for letting me know about that. And okay, Mary, thank you. So basically, with the Hamas and Israel thing, they're invading Israel right now. They're sending America is sending drones into Gaza Strip to look for Hamas, and they're both firing at each other right now, and it's getting very ugly out there. And there's been many hospitals and different things that have been hit, and different areas. And Tel Aviv has been hit by a rocket, been attacked, and they're trying to have a ceasefire for civilians to come through, but they're not letting them have a ceasefire. So that is the situation with Israel. And I'm going to now get into this other thing with Tyson and bugs. All right. Here we go. So, Tyson, a major U.S. producer of beef, pork, and chicken, is betting on the protein that comes from insects. The meat processor said that it has invested in ProTix, a Netherlands based insect ingredients maker. Tyson is not taking a minority stake in the company, but is working alongside it to build a U.S. factory. That facility will use animal waste to feed black soldier flies, which will then be turned into food for pets, poultry, and fish. So they're starting with fish and food and poultry. I mean, poultry and like animals, and then they want to move to people food. Either it's basically all the BS commercial brands. Exactly. Very good point. Way of the road. Those flies are not going into human food at this point. Remember, they say at this point. Today we're focusing on more of an ingredients application with insect protein that we are the customer application, said John R. Tyson, Chief Financial Officer of Tyson Foods. And that's them, and that's some larva that is black soldier fly larva. And they're trying to use it to put in food. Insect protein, long hailed as a sustainable food source, hasn't caught on in the mainstream, but in recent years, interest in insects as ingredients for animal food has been growing. A 2021 report from Rabobank noted that the demand for insect protein, mainly as an animal feed, and pet food ingredient could reach 500,000 metric tons by 2023, up from today's market approximately 10,000 metric tons that year. Mars launched a line of cat food made from insects called Lovebug. And they're trying to start with animals, and then they're going into people. And what Way of the Road said, it's not just Tyson, it's all the other ones too. The Springdale, Arkansas-based Tyson doesn't make pet food, but it does sell its animal byproduct for use in the pet food and agriculture market, which feeds fish. CFO said byproducts like animal fats, hides, and inedible proteins, if not used or reduced, can end up in landfills. And this Tyson can send what's in the stomach of cattle it has processed to Protex facility, where it's fed to insects for a company. Creating a larger market of this type was wasted and can not only reduce waste but offer a larger revenue stream. Well, that's a big ad. Wow. That's impressive. And Stranded says, these stupid hippie eat Z bugs. For environment idiots don't comprehend that bugs don't have a nutritional value. It's not sustainable. Exactly. Way of the Road says, I don't eat any hippie food. Only steak, eggs, and dairy are mostly that. A shout the Way of the Road. That's very good. That sounds delicious. The Springdale, Arkansas based Tyson doesn't make pet food, but it does sell its animal byproducts for use in the pet food and aquaculture market, which feeds fish. The CFO said byproducts like animal fats and hides, undeniable proteins, if not used or reduced, can end up in landfills. In this case, Tyson can send what's in the stomach of Castle. It has processed to a Proxit facility where it's fed to insects for the company, creating a large market. So it's like what is in the stomach of cattle, it has processed, and then for the company, creating a large market for this type of waste that can only reduce waste but offer a larger venue stream. Yeah, exactly, Amanda. It would be redundant to do exactly because if all this crap's in it, it's like it would become redundant. Right. Yeah. Facts. Way of the Road. Way of the Road's been a awesome in chat tonight, along with everybody else too. And I like, although he's always good in chat, I like the convo. It's really good. And a business opportunity. One feature of being in the animal protein business is having to figure out how to derive value from waste, Tyson said. You hear this, chat? They're trying to find value from waste. We saw that this is an extension of our existing business, he said, of the collaboration with ProTix. ProX. No, Pro. Yep, ProTix. Adding that insect ingredient market has really attractive growth characteristics that would accelerate Tyson. The market for insect ingredients is definitely growing at what I would think is an exponential speed, said Christine Johanna Pickard, a professor of biology in the Indiana University Purdue University Indianapolis School of Science. Pickard helped create the Center of Environmental Sustainability through insect farming, a partnership between academia and industry members, including Tyson and Protix. There are more and more startups coming into the space, but because there's so much demand for insect protein, she said. This is absolutely cringe. Cringe. That these people want to put insect protein and insect larvae into our food, into animals' food. What SC did excellent yesterday by showing us, telling me about this restaurant in Boston that serves cooked, seasoned, and with nice, not nice because it's disgusting, with sauce and seasoning of insects, these giant bugs. And the dude was smiling like he had soy face. The dude that was cooking it. Why bugs are better for the planet, they say. The meat industry places a large burden on the plant, they say, which is not true. On the planet. Not true. In part because the land, water, and energy to take it grows crops to feed animals we eat. Some experts say reducing environmental footprint of animal feed can make the system more sustainable. This is absolutely not true because you see throughout history in China, in Asia, in the Fertile Crescent, they always cultivated animals and crops and stuff, and the earth is fine. I'd say the earth benefits from it, in my opinion. And I want to say cringe warning. Cringe warning. Yeah, so that's an example of what they want you to eat. Rather than eating some steak, they want you to eat edgy steak. This is edgy steak. Right here. The black soldier fly can grow on almost every type of food waste and byproduct you can imagine, Eretz said. That waste management is a big part of why insects can help ease the burden placed by cattle and other animals on the planet, said Reza Ov Isipor, an assistant professor is sustainable food systems at Texas A&M University's Department of Food Science and Technology. The flies eat waste from different types of animals and convert them into specific product, which is going to be protein or fat from insects. He said once you're dealing with a specific protein and fat, you can easily formulate your diet for the animal, which is cringe. Yeah, I remember from the nature center, or not, from the insectarium I went when I was little. And Mary's right. In parts of the world, they do eat insects, but it's not a norm, especially in a first world country where we have people can be vegetarian or vegan by eating, beans and vitamin B12. We don't People don't need to eat meat at all if they don't want to eat meat eat meat. But insect protein is just not necessary in like what not Amanda, what Stranded said is like she had a little snack or whatever. That's understandable. Or try it, but this situation, it's like This is something totally different. It's not suitable for people to live on that. So, yeah, Stranded made a very good point along with everybody else. Hello, SE. Glad you could join us. We're just talking about this thing again, and Stranded and Way of the Road are reacting to what we talked about yesterday. The flies eat waste from different types of animals, covered them into and converted them into specific product, which is going to the protein and fat from insects. He said, once you're dealing with his specific protein and fat, then you can easily formulate your diet for animals. When the insects eat animal waste, they are essentially serving as mini bioreactors. He said, and these mini bioreactors, they are very inexpensive. He said you don't need to apply that much energy. It's sustainable, they said. Oh, Way of the Road. It just Amanda is reacting to it. It's just that she was here yesterday. That's why I mentioned, because you and her weren't here yesterday. But yeah, she is reacting to it, of course. The majority sees insects as a future food, not prepared to include them in their diet. And let's see. In Strain, it says she worked with some people from Cambodia. They eat bugs because they're in the middle of China and Taiwan conflict and cut off from getting food. Even eating bugs, they're still starving. Exactly, Stranded. Like when I was at the insectarium, they showed a giant picture of a small girl eating a black widow spider, I believe. And basically, with this situation, it's like that's all they have. So Stranded's absolutely correct that that's all they have and they're starving. It's like when we're talking about John in the Bible and he ate locusts, the locust, that's all he had. All right, so cringe warning. All right. Hello, turning guns. We're talking about yesterday for the people that weren't here. Yes, so Stranded and Way of the Road. This is no bug. So yeah, that's the bug restaurant. Let's see. Yesterday it was here, and it looks like it's not really one I wanted to show because there are some other images of it. All right, but yeah, so basically they have the restaurant that's trying to Boston, yeah, yeah. So that's cringe. Let's see. All right, so am I finding it? All right, so see, is this it? Ooh. Okay, so basically there's I showed some pictures of it. Let's see if it's here, right here. It's necessary to see if there's any more information I could put up about it. Yeah, so that's them cooking the bugs. So they're having these restaurants that are cooking bugs, which is very strange, as I said. And another thing about Tyson that I want to talk about. Tyson. Yes, Stranded, I agree, he is cringe. Yes. All right, so Tyson Food closing plants, four more facilities shut down. And so plants and announcing job cuts early this year. Tyson Foods exclusives executives said that the company will shutter for more facilities to trim costs. Four plants in North Little Rock, Arkansas, Indiana, and Dexter, Noel, Missouri, are expected to cease operations within the first half of the fiscal 2024, with related charges expected to cost the company 300 million to 400 million. All right, so basically we have the situation with Tyson. So Tyson is now causing a great loss for jobs, and it's unfortunate that this is occurring, and in my opinion that this is a bad move for them. So on top of the other things that the Tyson company is doing, they're closing down their food plants, which I think is also wrong. All right, so basically, so the situation is that they're shutting down the chicken plants, and as I said, it's North Little Rock, Arkansas, Corning, Indiana, Dexter, Missouri, and Knoll, Missouri. So chickens prices are down. That's good news for chicken eaters, but bad news for Tyson Foods. The meat processor, which supplies about a fifth of the beef, pork, and chicken to the United States, said Monday that it's shutting down four chicken plants, two in Missouri, one in Indiana, and one in Arkansas. Following the decline chicken revenue, the Arkansas-based company previously announced two separate two separate closures in the spring. The company reported hearings of a quarter ending July 1st that showed chicken revenue fell about 3.5%. Volumes actually rose by price drops 5.5%. In the US at large, weaker demand in retail plus the discounts in restaurants pull down prices for boneless chicken breasts meat second quarter, according to the July report from Rabobank. Chicken breast prices were down 6% compared to the second quarter last year when they were at record levels due to the greater supply of chickens and plenty of alternative like beef, and according to the report. So this problem that's going on is that this is, as SE said, is causing job losses. So I think that we're foreshadowing the corruption of the companies. And as I've said before on this channel, and with other videos that I've done, is that they're trying to hustle farmers and harass farmers to sell. These companies are trying to buy out farms and put green energy stuff on there. And a lot of these companies, from the sources, say that they're rooted to China. So I think that this is a very nefarious scheme. In my opinion, this could have something to do with it. Tyson CEO Danny King pointed to these market conditions when discussing Tyson's chicken sales decline during the analyst call Monday. Market conditions in chicken are still challenged with commodity prices across most cuts remaining significantly lower than compared to last year, he said. It's been rough a few years for Tyson on chicken front. We've had a number of fits start from the breeder side to demand, King said a few years ago. Tyson said it had unexpected decline in hatching because the types of roosters it used, and then over the holidays, demand came in below expectations. And also, way of the road, the thing about chickens, I know farmers, and that the chickens are cringe warning. The chickens are like checked out internally, like on the farms. Some of them are taken to, and they will go and see these inspectors come to make sure the chickens are not being fed hormones and things like that. Kind of suspicious, maybe, with if certain things come from China or something, but chickens are, from what they tell me, that they're inspected and they're not being given hormones and things like that. November and December were softer than we expected or planned for retail fresh chicken, King said during a February analyst call discussing results for the last quarter of 2022. That meant that, and King said Monday, we're on the right path. Plant closures. In March, the company announced the closure of the chicken processing plant in Glen Allen, Virginia, and another in Von Bryn, Arkansas. Altogether, it laid off nearly 1,700 workers as part of the closure. Monday's announcement brings the tally up 6 closures announced this week. I mean, this year. The facilities that we are closing are typically smaller in scale and in need major capital to make them viable, said King. He credited the automation, among other factors, for allowing the company to close facilities while maintaining the right amount of supply. Tyson is not sharing the number of jobs impacted by 4 closures announced today, a representative told CNN Monday. The company is seeing challenges in other parts of the business as well. Its pork volumes and prices both fell. Beef prices rose, but volumes also fell. All right, way of the road. You're welcome. And with some, I remember I did the video about the situation with, like, I learned about the farming from, I was talking about Peach's situation in one of the videos. She was one of the people that was targeted by these companies to sell out, and I did an ad about that on YouTube, a couple, like 2 videos about it. And yeah, so other people told me from other areas that there's farm burnings, which that's something that's known to happen in America too, in like Georgia, Tennessee, and those areas, and I don't know, Texas, all over the country, in Europe, that there's mysterious farm burnings. There's a lot of nefarious things going on. So the sources from various different sources, tell me that there's something messed up going on. But yeah, I've studied a lot, done a lot of research about these farming situations. And also, Stranded, I understand what you're saying, and I don't know about all the farms and stuff. But from what I'm told by them, and they didn't lie to me, that they're not being injected with steroids and stuff. But as I said, I don't. I'll go and investigate that, Stranded. But it's from what I was told, that's not true. But like, I would like to know where how you no rather what information did you get to that convince you that that's true? Because I would like to know about it. And in my opinion, I don't think that, but I could be wrong. I'll accept if I'm wrong. Tyson may take action. That said, of the business, King said that I'm not telling you that we're not looking at beef and pork in the same manner that we have looked at chicken. He told analysts that we're evaluating everything. Tyson reported quarterly sales declined 3% compared to the same period last year. The company posted a 417 million loss. Tyson shares slumped about 6% in Monday trading. Tyson said in April that it would lay off about 15% of senior leadership roles, 10% of corporate roles. Y'all are funny. Chat's hilarious. Which I believe that it's what I'm saying is true, but I'll look into it and investigate it more. Make sure that it's correct. But I like the discussion that we're having. It's nice. All right. All right, Stranded, thank you. I understand. Your point. Thanks. All right, so basically, like what we're talking about is Tyson and other big corporations are trying to go and get people to, well, not getting people, but they're trying to put bug larvae into these foods, and we're not for that, and there's an agenda behind it, and also the situation with Tyson. Another thing with Tyson about how they're trying to close, they closed some of their plants down, and it caused a loss in jobs, and is very a suspicious situation. And also with the conflict with Israel, how it's escalating, how America has sent out giant, these humongous, not gigantic, they've been sending out drones over there to the Middle East to try to look for Hamas, and Israel is now invading Gaza, and there's casualties are skyrocketing like it never was before. So, that is, I'm glad we got to cover that. All right, Stranded, I understand. And also, like what some farmers told me that, and as I said, I don't know about every single farm, but they're and cringe warning, graphic warning for chat is that they'll have these inspectors that come and they dissect the chicken, and they'll make sure that there's nothing put in the chicken like hormones and things like that. So I don't know if like things changed, if some farms, some companies have inspectors and others don't, or that did happen. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying something that they told me, but I understand about that, Stranded. And she says she watched a documentary on PBS about commercial farming, and they talked about how they put hormones and steroids in the water to feed for stock animals, bulk them up for customer sale. So I said, I'm not denying that. And although I'm certain that from what they told me about it. Oh yeah, Stranded. I know about the different turkeys, and we'll go and look at that right now for a chat. And one thing that I'll say is that I know about eggs and stuff and like hatching, birds and things like that, and like you can get that there's these like different type there's these different breeds of birds you can get, and the type of the turkey one, the Thanksgiving turkey, would that's this is the wild turkey. This is not that's not the Thanksgiving turkey. This is the Thanksgiving turkey. And it was bred, domesticated to look like that, in my opinion. And I'll read some more things about that. And basically, like, I think the birds are very interesting, and I like Thanksgiving and things like that. But I think that there are different types of, like, there's domesticated and non-domesticated turkeys, and I'll go and fact check myself about that. So, but basically, yeah, that's the one you eat at Thanksgiving. Because I like researching about hatching birds or like little chicks and stuff. I'm interested in researching that. So, in farming, because I know farmers and I've learned a lot about it. And, about the field reps that come in and inspect stuff. And, that's like a turkey, like, say you get that one and then you'd hatch it and it would look just like that one. And then this one is the wild turkey. Alright, so I don't know if people see me or not, but... So basically, that's the difference between the different turkeys. Right, so yeah, these, the wild turkeys are more slim, and these other turkeys are much bigger. So let's go and look this one. Darker meat from thighs and legs have even less fat, but slightly less protein. Both wild turkey meat and domestic turkey meat contain many important vitamins and nutrients, so don't worry about whether or not wild turkey is good for you. And Stranded, I'm about to look that up in a moment. So there's a wild turkey and there's a domesticated turkey. So like a certain turkey, okay, so I'll explain. So say with corn, corn was like a little stupid piece of grass, but they went and bred the corn to make it into what it is now, these giant stalks we see. And say like the kind of corn I've grown, it's very tiny and insignificant, but the corn itself is very good. But there's also the Goliath corn. So certain animals and cat that goes hiss and another cat that goes meow, although they both actually meow. So basically, yeah, so there's wild and domestic. He is wild. Yeah, wild turkeys have a deep, rich brown and black feathers. And then we're going to have on Plymouth Plantation. Let's see, Bradford's famous account of the founding of Plymouth Colony. He remarked of the fall harvest that year that there was a great store of wild turkeys, of which they took many besides. Mentioned wild but not domestic. Turkey was neat indeed, plentiful in the region and commonly a food source. So let's see what type they ate. It's probably wild turkey. Let's see for sure. Wild turkey was a common food source for people who settled in Plymouth. In the days prior to the celebration, the colony's governor found the frawling that is hunted by the birds. So it's most likely they're saying it's wild turkey. Oh, that's cool. You have a smoker rebel. And let's see, when was turkey domesticated? All right, so 2,000 years ago, farmyard turkeys were domesticated from species called the wild turkey, native to the eastern and southwestern states and part of Mexico. It's likely that the Mayans of southern Mexico were the first to domesticate turkeys, maybe 2,000 years ago. And I want to look up some key differences about domesticated turkey and wild turkey difference. It's a drink too. I didn't know that, Rebel. Thanks for sharing. And also, Stranded, something else I've learned about chickens and like turkeys and stuff is that they're like kind of what I said a moment ago, that they're, I'm not denying what you're saying, but I'm saying like also there's certain turkeys and chickens that were bred to look a certain way or to be a certain way. Like you'll say there's a certain breed you get and they come out a certain way. That is like, say if I took one of those skinny birds, the little skinny one, what's it called, the wild turkey, and I'll get like a skinny turkey, and if I take a the other domesticated turkey, I think it'll be like the fatter turkey. So I do think that is a contributing factor in how the some of these birds look as genetics. Like they want to breed them to look a certain way for consumption, in my opinion. Oh, Stranded, I didn't know that about the fish, but that makes sense. Thanks for sharing that with us. And also, it's a good question you had, Amanda. The domesticated turkey lost its ability to fly through selective breeding. So, like, through the selective breeding, they created heavier, broader breasted birds. So, just like what I said a moment ago, the domestic turkey lost its ability to fly through selective breeding that created heavier, broader breasted birds. So, the selective breeding caused broader breasted birds, a feature much desired by chefs rather, and commercial turkey producers. The shorter legs of the domestic turkey also meant it can't run as well as its wild cousin. Thanks, Turning Guns, for saying that. The USDA, U.S. Department of Agriculture, reports that 100 grams of processed turkey breast contains 29 grams of protein and as much as 7 grams of fat. A wild turkey breast of the same size drops 25 grams of protein, but also a mere 1 gram of fat. Oh. Like Peach does farming, and she was telling me that the they come and inspect them and they dissect it to make sure there's nothing in it because they want to regulate it. Now I'm not denying that in time they've done things like that, but like, and also I'll say, Stranded, that those facilities that put hormones and stuff in the chickens, they're shut down. Like the Tyson is corrupted, and like people like that, they allegedly they don't want that stuff in their food. But of course now they're putting bugs in their food, and I'll be interested to continue my research and journalistic investigations into this matter of the hormones and stuff that are apparently put into the turkeys. I mean, in the chicken and stuff. But as I said, as I read to you on here, that another factor to consider is the genetic aspect, that these things are genetically bred to look a certain way and to be a certain way so they can produce the food. And like it's like same with certain people or animals, there's like genetic factors that determine different things. And then, that's another picture of the wild turkeys and the domesticated turkeys. Yeah, so we have so that's another picture for everybody to see the wild turkeys. Right on. And basically, you have different types of feed that the chickens and turkeys get. And basically, you'll go out and, they'll go and give them, different feeds and stuff like that. And it's good to go with organic feed. But of course, in the wild, the chickens would eat bugs and stuff in the grass. Yes. And that was funny, Rebel. And Tyson probably want to work on us next. So very suspicious people. And these things should be investigated. And I like to fact check myself and will accept if, I get something incorrect and then I go back and refute myself. I always like to double check and quadruple check and then check again. I'm always like that with everything. Like I'll lock a door and I'll go check it a couple of times and make sure it's locked because I like double checking with things. Rebels said cut out the middleman. Exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah, Amanda. They are beautiful birds. I love birds. I like farming and things like that, and I like nature and animals. I always like that stuff. As you all know, obviously. Rebels says the turkeys fuck people's cars up, and he fixed dents from them in a couple of weeks. Tomorrow night. All right, Trendy, thank you. Yeah, so these are some more. They're so beautiful and cool looking. I really like them. They're designed very interestingly. That's a good question, Rebel. That is a very good question. Rebel says, "Do you think the birds can fly that they hate those that can't?" Okay. Ooh, didn't mean to do that. Maybe that'll work better. Okay, let's see how this goes. Alright. So, I reloaded the wrong page, but it was the page where the streaming thing's going on. Alright, so I want to reload this one. Clear out whatever's going on. And yeah, so as I was saying, very funny chat. I like the conversation. It's going very well. Yeah, so I think that the birds probably do, the ones that fly do probably hit on the ones that can't. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think that's what the aliens that go over and harass the farmers and stuff tell me. Nature is wild. I agree. And you have this turkey. I love the beak. See how God designs these creatures? Very interesting. Yeah, turkeys are awesome. Let's see turkey damage car. So, yeah, this is some collision with a turkey. Yeah, so basically that's an example I just showed of a turkey damaging a car. And you saw how brutal that was in the last picture. And they do other things like what Rebel repairs. Yeah, that was some damage. Yeah, that was some damage. That's another turkey. He looks like he means business. Oh yeah, Stranded. That's a good point to make. Is it people playing God? Yeah, that's a way to look at it because they were bred by humans to look like that. And also, I'm saying like God put the ingredients there for it to be there, but at the same time, humans artificially they put it together through selective breeding. So that is a good point because the turkey, God designed the turkey to fly around and be skinny, and the ones that the pilgrims ate were wild turkey. Well, that's wild turkey, the drink. And yeah, God designed it like this. So that's like what the pilgrims ate. All right, so this is a turkey. Viewer discretion is advised. Trigger warning to sensitive audiences. It's a turkey that crashed into a car. Or a couple of incidences of this. Wow. Whoa. All right. So the turkey that could. Bam. Yeah, so we have that. And this turkey that just went through because Rebel was talking about he's done repairs, and I'm trying to look at examples of that. And yeah, there you go, chat. Wow. Yeah, local turkey. Yeah, yeah, because this man Rebel was like, he's repaired turkeys with a car, and I'm like, all right, allow me to introduce myself with this. Oh yeah, I know, Amanda. It is crazy. Exactly. That's a graphic. Viewer discretion advised. Wow. Wow. Rest in peace, turkey. Yeah, yeah, Rebel. Yeah, all glass in your lap. Right. And Turning Gun said, he said, I sat down a glass of wild turkey in the late fall of 1996 right outside of my front door. I still haven't found the glass and have been looking the whole time. Wow. Yeah, darn. And we got this one, turkey damage. No, no, that's just the country turkey. That's not the turkey bird. All right, this is what I mean. Yeah, Stranded would have herself a free Thanksgiving dinner. Because it's like, it makes perfect sense, in my opinion. Yeah, this is like what Rebel has to put up with. Damn. And they say to call call the police or emergency services if a wild turkey is hit. Disclaimer. Turkeys, deer, and other wildlife don't have insurance. Turkeys, deer, and other wildlife don't have insurance. What? What? I'm shocked. Turkeys and deer and other wildlife don't have insurance, chat. Uh-oh. So either your insurance company is going to hook for the damage to the vehicle when you hit an animal. It really comes down to what type of insurance you have. Oh, yeah. Let's see if we can do that. If there's some kind of a... Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, and you can see, like... Oh, this is a picture of one standing inside of a vehicle. I like how I'm pinching my face. That's funny. Well, I'm looking at the thing and it's like, I'm like, that's funny. Yeah, and we have this situation here where it's just standing on the car like it's its car. Like, Stranded goes into the car and she sees that, and she knows it's Thanksgiving dinner for free. Yeah, the things Rebel has to put up with. There's a body fender shop just up the street, and I guess if turkeys somehow there's a turkey farm that popped up around here or something, that guy would be having to deal with that. Undocumented animals. Whoa, this man said what a moose. Ooh, that's harsh. One thing I'm going to say is going to address Stranded. Stranded says, got to be careful about the deer this time of year. Scary driving into work 5 a.m. Can't see dang thing until they move. Oh, yeah, Stranded, I agree. Alright, so we're going to go and let's see what a moose does to the car. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the car, the moose. Yeah, it just... Let's see, elk. Yeah, that looks pretty bad. And let's see the other one, deer. Yeah, your discretion, cringe warning. Whoa, whoa, wow. That's what the deer hitting a car looks like. Good grief. Well, there's no deer down. Well, you know what we have down here? Not where I live, but there's alligators, obviously, in the south. But my region does not have alligators, unless as far as I know, like unless some wild thing came through. But no, there's no alligators where I am. But that would be a thing that when we're going to different places, when driving to different parts of Louisiana, there's a beware of the alligators, because if you hit that thing, it's gonna bust up the car really bad. Like it's like hitting a giant house, like a giant brick. That thing's rough. And also, yeah, moose are huge. Exactly. And Rebel had a good point. He said the plural for moose is moose, but the plural for goose is geese. The English language, I know. And then Turning Gun says, I seen a car get totaled out because someone left a can of beer spray on the back deck under the back glass. Oh wow. Oh wow. Darn, that's rough. Well, wow, this deer. Yeah, he would be dead. Oh yeah, stranded. And this is the deer alone. Ooh, that I remember, like, with the when you're driving, they'll say, like, to be aware of deer and deer crossing signs and things like that. That's something I remember. And of course I remember what I gotta remember, but that's something I do remember, like, for drivers to be careful, obviously, of these hazards, because in certain regions you're going to have more deer and stuff like that. All right, SC, thank you. Thanks for checking in, buddy. Yeah, that's a deer, man, hitting a car. Good grief. Wow. Yeah. My great grandfather did work with body shop work in the 50s. So how about the plural of moose should be meese? That's a good idea. Yeah, meese. All right, let's see. Moose animal. That's a big animal. Fact stranded. Deer is no joke. Yeah, this moose. It's a big animal. Good grief. I've seen moose before, like in pictures and, like, encyclopedias and, like, videos and stuff. But I'm really, as I'm older, could see it as an adult rather. And I've seen a lot of meese. We'll call them meese, and that's big. Wow, truly majestic. Yeah, so that hitting a car, that has to be incredible. That big thing in the road. Wow. And then you have moose animal compared to human. Animal or something. Oh, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. So there is an extinct one. There's a couple of extinct ones. So you have this extinct is a moose bigger than a human. So you have these extinct ones. Wow, they're like, whoa. That's a yeah. That's really it's bigger than a horse, like what Amanda said. Okay, horse versus moose. New Orleans. All right. So we have this comparison where horses are faster, but moose, or what's called meese are heavier, larger, and more powerful. Telling these two animals apart is easy when you look at their morphology. Differences alone between moose storm chaser. Wait, so the weight department, both meese and horses fall in the same category with slight variations. Moose weighs between 440 and 1,550 pounds when they reach adulthood. There have even been reports of some meese weighing 2,000 pounds. Their antlers alone can weigh up to 79 pounds, or at least that is the record. Horses can vary in weight according to their breed. However, most and Amanda says like Rebel when she feeds and when she fed and cleaned up after horses, she worried that she might getting too close, and Boss was kicked by her horse. Wow. One stepped on the dog's paw and broke. I just always kept her distance. Wow. Yeah, that sounds like that does sound intense, Amanda. Height. When it comes to height, horses and meese rank pretty close to one another, although antlers give the meese an advantage. Moose can stand anywhere between 4.6 and 6.9 feet at their shoulder. This means that, along with their height, their large antlers, moose can appear very tall, often taller than a horse. The tallest meese on record stood an impressive 7.6 feet tall at shoulder. Horses can vary in height depending on the breed, but overall, the horse range between 4.5 and 6 feet tall at their shoulder. This is in line with moose taking the lead by hair or actually by a set of antlers. 2 feet. It was a shire between. Yeah, well, this is what happened, chat. And this happens a lot, like the royal family does. In England, in Britain, they did a lot of hunting, and they did a lot of hunting down here when they came over here, the people. I'm not saying, I'm just telling you all the history of it. So some of these species were extinct because of the hunting. Like, there used to be wildcats down here in Louisiana. There used to be buffalo down here. But because of the hunting and the urbanization, they went extinct down here. Okay, Stranded, thank you for coming. Good night. Speed. Meese and horses can both run exceptionally fast. If you're unfamiliar with meese in person, you may not be aware that they run a lot faster than many people would guess. An adult meese can run up to 35 miles per hour, which seems unrealistic, but it is very true. Horses can run at very high speeds as well, for an animal at least. Horses, depending on their breed, can run up to 50 miles per hour. Along an average, they run between 25 and 30 miles per hour. A moose cannot be ridden no matter how many or how badly you think or wish they could be. Moose are completely wild and they are very dangerous, so no one has ever been able to train or be ridden. Strength. The strength department, moose or horses rank pretty close. However, moose have a specific advantage. Meese are very strong animals. However, their true strength has never been tested since they are wild animals. They have extremely strong legs that can kick, injure, even kill predators. So the moose's kick is so powerful it could kill a predator. Meese also can charge predators and other animals, causing significant damage. Horses are exceptionally strong, probably even more so than most people are aware. Horses can safely carry up to 20% of their body weight on their back, meaning a 1,200-pound horse can easily carry 240 pounds. Colors, when it comes to color, horses and moose are very different when it comes to variation. Moose almost always have varying shades of brown, brownish black hairs in their coat, are not one solid color. Alright, so there's different types of coat. Moose have coats of fur that have two separate layers, including a long top coat and a soft, thicker coat, undercoat. Their top layer of hairs is often referred to as a guard hairs, which wet support floating in water. Horses have coats of hair that consists of one main layer that grows thicker during the cold months and thins out when it gets warmer. And they have different hooves. Meese and horses have noticeably different hooves, specifically when it comes to the number of toes on each of them. Meese have even toed hooved with four separate toes on each hoof. There are two main toes in front of each hoof and two smaller ones toward the back of each hoof. Horses have single-toed hooves, meaning there is just one complete hoof on each foot. Horse hooves grow consistently, and the domesticated ones have to be maintained regularly, unlike wild horses whose hooves are naturally worn down by the wilderness terrain. So there's many key differences between horses and what's it called? Meese or moose or whatever. And we have this height comparison. And then you have like the different heights. So the horse is much significantly smaller than that. And we're going to look up the mammoth. And we got this, there's like a dog riding on a moose. That's hysterical. My man is getting himself a free ride. And yeah, Rebel's saying that you could just he doesn't want to walk up to it. I don't blame him. And basically, with these moose, I remember there was a story my mom used to read me about this moose. It was like a moose story. I don't remember quite what it's called, but basically you have that, and you have the mammoth moose. All right, Amanda, I looked that up. So the mammoth moose is like kind of like an extinct one. They did, especially in Britain. The royal family, they like to like hunt different things. It's like a tradition that goes back many generations. And they hunted in different animals in America and here and there. But when you go and like hunt and you kill a thing off, it's like, it's good to have an animal survive and reproduce and to not kill them all off. Extinct. This is an extinct moose. See, like the size comparison. All right, let's see. Yeah, in 2008. Cringe warning for anybody, sensitive viewers. Yeah, so it happened in April 15, 2008. They're figuring out the 150-pound cougar could possibly have been roaming free in a densely populated resident neighborhood. By mid afternoon Monday, dozens of residents. No, is that. Yeah, not true. Not where I want to go. So that's basically it happened in 2008. And they they went and caught it. Yeah. Thanks for sharing that with us, Amanda. Yeah, circle of life. Right. Oh yeah. Thanks for sharing that with us, Turning Gun. All right. So some look up a picture of a chicken. Alright. These are chickens. Yeah, different variations of chickens. They're pretty cool. So, you got different types of the chickens. Alright, let's say a bull and a moose. Moose are bigger, but they weigh about the same, but they are more geared toward living in cold climates. Their antlers designed to grapple other moose. In this fight, the bull would change the moose and impale its chest on impact, an immediate game over for the moose. I'm doing something. I'll be back with. I'm still here on this. All right. Okay. All good. All right. So the moose would lose against a bull. Okay. Yeah, that's a big animal. Wow. I think the bullheads look really cool. Like it's like the a western type picture. It's pretty cool. All right. Turning Gun says we have moose, grizzly, brown bear, wolves, wolverine, elk, deer, otter, mountain sheep, marten, mountain lions, osprey, eagle, bison, antelope, mule deer, bunch of stuff here. Pelican, huge owl. Well, yeah, it sounds like you got a lot of stuff up there. Turning Guns. Really interesting. And I think like we are talking about last night about this. That looks so good. Nice snails. Yeah, turning guns. I'm sure. I totally agree. That definitely does. I like that. These, because I remember I've heard about this, and I'm glad that like yesterday we were talking about these dishes, and it's interesting to see this what it looks like because I've not tried that before. And yeah, let's look at the grizzly bear. Exactly, Rebel. Yeah, yeah, that is a big animal too. Wow, that's unfortunate. As I said, that is wow. Yeah, wow. And I'll say something about this. There's the black bear. Let's see a difference between a black bear and a grizzly. Grizzly bears are more powerful and tend to have more aggressive disposition. They are primarily omnivorous but have more carnivorous diet than black bears. Grizzlies are known to hunt larger mammals such as elk, moose, and they're more likely to scavenge for carrion. Let's see what this does. Ooh. So the grizzly bear, Black bears have short claws, and grizzly bears have long claws. I know my friend told me like if someone encountered a bear, like you're supposed to look like big and intimidating to kind of try to scare it off because it's not going to want to fight something that's big like it is. So try to make yourself look like like and want it not to fight you. Just like hair color, body size is unreliable for identification. Just like color body size, it is also not reliable to indicate identifying bears. Most people tend to overestimate the weight and size of a bear's. Typical adult female grizzly weighs 200 to 350 pounds. An adult male weighs 300 to 650 pounds. An adult black bear, which can easily weigh 200 and 300 pounds, may not only weigh the same as female grizzly, but also be about the same height than to the adult black bear. Not all black bears are black, and not all grizzlies are grizzled. Despite the names, grizzly and black coat is at least reliable character for identifying bears. For instance, grizzles may be pale, almost luminous blonde or reddish blonde, light brown, dark brown, or almost black. To add to the confusion, the common name grizzly is derived from the term grizzled, which refers to white tipped hair. Grizzled hair occurs mainly on the back shoulders, thus, from the distance, a grizzly bear appears to have darker legs and lighter upper parts. To complicate matters just a bit more, black bears, despite their name, are not always black. They also can be cinnamon blonde or a combination of light and dark hair, found in northeastern BC, Canada, and can be white. Turning Gun says it was right after he got stopped by a moose that was getting irritated by him tromping around what turned out to be his living room. It was a day. It was a day for sure. Well, yeah, Turning Guns. That sounds definitely like a day, man. Yeah, that was. Yeah. Wow. Grizzly bears have well developed shoulder muscles for digging and turning over rocks. These muscles appear as prominent shoulder hump between the front shoulders, which is visible in profile. Black bears have no shoulder hump. Black bear's highest point when it's on all fours is the middle of the back to rear, depending on how the bear is standing. And I don't recall, Amanda, it being something specific, but someone can correct me. I thought it was all bears, like bears in general, that act big, but that's something I'm going to look up though. Grizzly, I think you pretend to be dead, and then black bears, you act big and loud. I'll look up if it's a specific bear or if it's all bears. Okay. Facial profile. A grizzly typically has a concave or dish-shaped profile that extends from between its eyes to the end of its nose. A black bear normally has fairly straight profile from the forehead, nose tip. A grizzly muzzle is broader and more prominent. Their eyes appear closer together and deeper set. Black bears look more dog-like and have flatter, shorter fur. Grizzlies appear to have longer, especially on the face. Yeah, turning guns, that makes sense. And that is eerie. Ear shape. Grizzly bears have smaller, more rounded ears in proportion to their head size that are much fuzzier looking. The fur is longer, whereas the ears of a black bear appear larger, longer, and more erect and pointed as seen below. You will have to take into account whether the angle at which you are looking at the bear or the grizzly bear has been swimming. His her ears will appear relatively to the wet head. Front claws. Long claws on the front paws are also a good way to differentiate grizzlies from black bears. For obvious reasons, this method has its limitations. Grizzly bears have gently curved, often lighted colored, 2 to 4 inch long claws adapted for giggling, silly me, digging roots and excavating a winter den or small prey. The claws of an adult grizzly can be longer than the person's finger. Black bears have shorter, more sharply curved dark claws that are often much less than 2 inches long. These claws are well adapted for climbing trees and tearing into rotten logs in search of insects. Okay, thanks Amanda for correcting that. I'm glad I know that. Alright, so Amanda says alien, I just googled it. Black bear, you act big. With and brown bear, grizzly bears, you act dead. Yeah, brown and grizzly bears, you act dead, and black bears, you act big. Okay, thank you, Amanda, for checking that out for me. See a difference in the claws. Tracks. Compared to a black bear's tracks, grizzly tracks of the front feet are more square. If you take a straight edge and hold across the track of a grizzly front foot just in front of the pad and behind the toe either side, it will not cross the toe and other side of the foot. A black bear front track is more rounded and straight edge. It will continue the toe the other side of the foot. All right. Here's a cute bear right here. Also, raccoons are kind of related to bears. There's something similar to that. Yeah, pandas are cute. Okay, turning guns. He says black bears. He doesn't have where he is. Just brown and grizzly. Black bear are much smaller. Eastern bear than the eastern bear. Yeah, all the bears are beautiful. They really are. Yeah, so I think that very interesting animals. Yeah, and she's talking about bear spray. And we have let's look at the black bear. Yeah, they're much smaller. Yeah, and we will. Well, I mean, we're saying we like to talk about these things. It's pretty cool, interesting. I'm glad that we discussed this because I remember I always thought bears were cool, and we have those claws are no joke. Yeah, yeah, that's true. That looks like. Yeah, that's what like an idea of what the bear spray is like. Research shows that compared to other methods of deterring bears, including firearms, bear spray is the most successful at stopping a bear that threatens you and preventing or greatly reducing the attacks and injuries. SE, God bless you. Good night. Thank you so much, sir, for coming through to this late night special. Bear spray is illegal in Hawaii, New York, and Massachusetts. So, yes, that's the bear spray. All right, SC. You're welcome. And let's see the bear spray effects on humans. Experience the mucous membrane of the eyes, nose, and lungs to swell and be irritated. The eyes will involuntarily close, tears and nose will run profusely, coughing will result. So if a human got hit with the spray, they'll experience mucous membranes and eyes, nose, and lungs swell and become irritated. The most aggressive and dangerous bear on Earth, polar bears are the most dangerous bears in the world. These apex predators are the largest bear species on Earth. They will attack and eat humans without a second thought. If you were to be attacked by a polar bear, so to answer your question, Amanda, it's the dangerous bear in the world is the polar bear. see. Sing my little brother. All right. So the polar bears are the most dangerous, as I was saying. And Turning Gun says, yeah, polar bears are pretty dangerous for sure. They're very persistent. And she says, Turning Guns, yeah, I forgot about that. That they can smell their prey from miles away. Saw they can kill their young because of no food. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Graphic warning. Turning Gun said, we were camping out one time, and my buddy decided to use pepper spray to season some fish that we were cooking. Didn't turn out well for us. They had to go home. OMG, Turning Guns. Wow. Yeah, that's intense. That's Polar Bear looks angry. Now it's over me. All right. Okay. Here we go. Okay. See editing anything over here. Changing the title a little bit. All right. There we go. It's gonna be like Bear Facts rather than Aliens, because we were doing some Bear Facts. Yeah. Yeah, and most of these pictures, except in my opinion the one above me, they do look very friendly. Yeah, but their looks are deceiving. Especially that one. They look so friendly in that picture. They look so cute. And Turning Gun says, well, a grizzly male will eat his own young, so it's usually the female grizzly that people get in trouble with anytime you go around the mama and her cub. It's a life-threatening situation. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, Turning Gun. Wow. Because she wants to protect her cubs. He got the squad right here, a squad of polar bears. Pretty cool. Look at these. They're just peeking out of the ice. So I think they're very majestic and very cute creatures, and I understand they're the most dangerous ones at the same time. Yeah, alien bear attack. Oh, oh yeah, oh, right behind me. Scared. Yeah, they're saying like something's behind me, and I'm like, yeah, right. Nothing behind me. Yeah, so there is no bears behind me. That's not true. I'm just here in the ice, just hanging out. So Turning Gun says, so it's usually hunters that get attacked by males and hikers in spring and summer that get attacked by female bears. It's usually hunters that get attacked by males and hikers in spring and summer that get attacked by female bears. Thanks for information. Hola Latina, welcome. All right, so let's see what made Coca-Cola do that. All right, so we're gonna answer Amanda's question. Creator Ken Stewart initially got the idea for the groundbreaking commercial Northern Lights from his Labrador Retriever, which reminded him of a polar bear as a cute, fluffy puppy. In the ad, the polar bears watch the aura Alice, the Northern Lights. and drink Coca-Cola. Yeah, shout out to Alien Bears. I'm Alien Bear. Yeah, Alien Bear. The purpose of polar bears at the top of the food chain and have an important role in overall health and marine environment. And Latina said someone told her that polar bears can smell the period blood from a woman. Something I'm going to look into. So the polar bear thing, it comes from the. It reminded him of his dog, so it became a thing. All right, we're gonna press that. Despite widespread misconception that menstrual odors can attract black and grizzly bears and participate attacks, there is no evidence for. Really? Hold on, water. There's a misconception that the menstrual odors attract black and grizzly bears and participate in precipitate attacks. There is no evidence for this. The misconception began in 1967 when grizzly bears killed a woman that was going through that, and a woman was approaching the menstruation. So it comes from an incident that happened in 1967. But there's no evidence that the bears can or can't. So it's an unproven situation. And it says it turns out that both the cats and dogs can they can smell it. They can sense it. And any bear can smell blood for miles. Any bear can smell blood for miles when the wind is stirring up in the right direction. The glands in their noses for smelling are 800 times better than any human sense of smell. It's probably true that they can, but it's unproven because they could smell blood for miles away. Bears also dislike the strong scent of pine-based cleaners, but avoiding using anything with a fresh, lemony or fruity smell, and never mix bleach and ammonia. Combination produces fumes that can be deadly to both people and bears. And the wolves and dogs can too. Yeah, so the explanation they give, there's no evidence for it, but I would take that with a grain of salt and not take the risk on that, chat. All right. Yes, Amanda, a dog, because it's saying about wolves and dogs, and they both can sense it. So if you're out in the wild, some wolf can sense it, can smell it, and a dog can too. Let's see. They're not panda beer. Silly alien. Cute pandas. Now this is a bear that's going to be looking over me, and that's fine, because it's a cute panda bear. Panda bears, an alien bear. What a family picture. So as I said, I like their eyes and their whiskers. I see it's really cool, really cute animal. And also we have these different ones are eating their food. So cute. All right. That other bear that I was showing was definitely a meme. Definitely a meme. Yeah, bamboo's a cool plant. Yeah, so this is another plant that I think is cool and nice Asian plant. The bamboo. See, it's bamboo edible. Can you eat bamboo? Yes, but not all of them. There's 100. There's 1,718 known bamboo species worldwide. 101 species are recorded to have been edible shots. Yeah, it certainly is Latina. I agree. In what part? Bamboo shots are edible shots of bamboo plant, usually boiled, soaked, or cooked. Picked, enjoy variety of dishes. To make bamboo edible, cut the firm top bottom parts. Also shave the bumpy parts of the bottom parts of the outer layer. Once the bamboo shots are peeled out the leaves, soak them in cold water for about 30 minutes. Remove any excess bitterness. Pre-cooked bamboo shots can be kept in water and refrigerated for up to 1 week. Bamboo shots contain a potentially toxic component called cyanogenic glycosides, which break down upon distribution of the plant cells from HCN. HCN exists in bamboo shots into the form of cyanogenic glycosides. Turning guns, that sounds pretty cool, and I wouldn't be surprised. Because those things are so big. Yeah, Latina says it tastes good in Asian cuisines, so there you go. Alright, so, yeah, you basically have these gigantic, bamboo trees. Okay, Amanda, thank you for uh, the correct pronunciation of it. Thanks. Showit. All right. Yeah. So I always like looking at bamboo. It's so okay. And also we have these other types of bamboo. Ooh. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Turning guns. Yeah. And also they're gigantic. I'd love to grow myself some bamboo. I grow a type. I grow some plant that the pre-Columbian natives grew that Columbus had and discovered. You see, because I knew it was some kind of domesticated plant because it was so tall and so like firm and thick. It's like I remember, it was definitely used for something, and it was used for like grain and stuff, and it was like used for postage and things. It's very similar to bamboo, and they get really tall. It's a giant. They're like giant ragweeds. All right. So, that's not what I meant to do. All right. It does look gorgeous. It sure does. Yeah, the greenery is so nice. Greenery is so nice. All right, turning guns understood. And this is a bamboo walk path. And the bamboo forest. Wow, that's really nice. Yeah, so as I said, it's like some nice Japanese anime. That's what it reminds me of. And I also like Japanese food. And I also like Japanese, things. My mom likes it too. It's very cool culture. Yeah, and I think it's probably a cultural thing, Amanda, why they don't grow stuff from cultural thing, but that's a good idea we got to do. Yeah. Turning Gun says we had some gigantic headboards that had bamboo panels inset to them. When the seasons would change, the panels would shrink or grow. What a pain in the butt. Yeah, cutting board. She said she loves bamboo cutting boards, cooking, and the dishes and utensils. I like utensils. I think about utensils like I remember like the metal like forks and spoons and stuff. It reminds me when I was little at a restaurant. I was at restaurants sometimes, and I don't know. It reminds me of that. That's what. So I like utensils. I'm all right. I'm gonna get some cool food when I see utensils. Just like with milk and orange juice, like in those giant jugs that I see at the grocery store. That reminds me like when I was a little kid at the preschool, and they used to give me some like milk and a or orange juice in a little cup. So speaking of that, Latina, that was an interesting point. And yeah, I think bamboo. Yeah, I like this bamboo, and walking through. That's nice to walk through. That's really cool. All right. Yeah, turning guns. That's expensive. Yes. Yeah, bamboo needs a lot of water. Pillows. They didn't like them. Wow. Yeah, it's very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. I like the walkway. You know, that's really the giant ragweeds that grow there. It's kind of I have like a walkway like that. Nice, a nice Japanese architecture. And this is another walkway with the bamboo. As I said, it's a nice green aura, and she has a bamboo merch, bamboo chopsticks. Yeah, that's really cool. I'm into this bamboo stuff. Let's see, bamboo chopsticks. And also, Latina, the bamboo fishing rod would be like a delicacy to create that. And I guess it would depend on which one. And she says, Latina, no, her and my stepdad told them that they didn't like the cost very much. So they, yeah, because it's a delicacy to create one. Yeah, 60 plus hours a crate. That's a lot. See, bamboo boards. See, bamboo cutting boards. Let's see, bamboo pillow. Yeah, all that's very fascinating. It's like a foam. Let's see, bamboo things. You can make a lot of things out of bamboo. Yeah, look at these. These things are humongous. All right. Things are big. Yeah, so as I said, chat. Yeah, trout. Yeah, it sounds very good. Yeah, trout. Yeah, that's a cool looking fish. Let's see. Okay, and yeah, so this was a cool fish to look at, and yeah, catch and release. I've done that before too. Yeah, catch and release when I used to go fishing. I used to fish when I was, a kid. We went fishing. It's cool. Yeah, because fishing's fun. I enjoyed fishing, and I've been in a fishing boat before. That's fun. One of my friend Nash, he likes to. He went and fished out in the Gulf with somebody with his uncle. Yeah. So I know a lot about fishing. It's pretty cool. Yeah, that sounds very good, Latina. Jesus ate fish. Yeah, so those are some pretty cool things, and this was a really cool night. We had a good time. And yes, Amanda, that is very comfortable. And we're checking some gearing. Let's look at bass. Yeah, that's a cool fish. And also, I think fish are very interesting creatures, and they're very good. Obviously, I remember one time we caught a bunch of fish, and we had them in a bucket of water. I remember that. Okay, they're caught up with me. That's good. Okay, yeah, turning guns. Yeah, so turning gun says we catch the cutthroat around here mostly. Cutthroat trout. I'm gonna look that one up. Yes, yeah, that kind of trout. The one I was showing before. Latina, that sounds really cool that you had that. Well, I. Yeah, I remember with the fishing with the hook and the fish. Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, and now I get to the part where I end the show and we cover the topics. We looked over some cool things, and it was a good time. So we're starting to wrap it up. And that's a cool fish with a cool mouth. Oh, those are some sharp teeth. And Latina never tried bass. Oh, wow. And Turning Gun said, we have some landlocked salmon up here. It's the best fish he had. Cockney. That's how it's spelled. Cocky, rather. Cocky. That's not what I meant. Fish. Yeah, salmon. That's a cool one to look at. In the Pacific Ocean. Let's see. And also, looking at these fish, we have some landlocked salmon. It's best tasting fish. Alright. Alright. Sockeye salmon. Okay. Alright, now I'll be ending the show, and there's some kind of a delay. They're not able to see what I'm saying moment by moment because of some encoder issue, probably. So, let's see. Alright, so I'm switching the windows right here. So I'm going to be ending it. It's just there was some kind of a delay and they weren't able to see. That's why I kind of went around a little bit and saw these different things until they were caught up with me. Yeah. You're welcome, Turning Guns. Glad you enjoy your time on the spaceship. Yeah, and with the delay that was going on, it was causing them to not be able to see everything that was going on, so I just patiently waited for them to get caught up with what's going on. It's hysterical. It's not y'all, it's something over here. Okay. Alright. So I have everything caught up. I'm about to lift off here, and it looks like everything's getting more caught up than it was before. So here we go. Good night, everybody. Peace. See you all on the next one. Okay, Latina. Thanks for the feedback. And I'll be ending this and I'll go live next week. And this was a very cool week. We went live a couple of times because of the Halloween. We talked about the topics I wanted to discuss, about the news and different things. We went down rabbit holes. So I really enjoyed it, and I'm glad that you all came.